A little slow getting going here, but we better late than never. Okay. That looks okay. Ready? Good afternoon. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and once again today we're going to attempt to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. Today we're going to be looking at this work, The Red Snake by Chang Dai-chien, one of the greatest Chinese artists of the 20th century, and certainly one of the great artists of all time, as far as I'm concerned, and a really interesting figure, often referred to as the Picasso of China. And Picasso and Chang Dai-chien did meet and exchanged paintings back in the 1950s. And there's a really interesting story about all that we'll get into. But since today is the Lunar New Year's Eve, and tomorrow is officially Chinese New Year, and since it will be the year of the snake, I thought it might be fitting that we would do a snake painting by one of the greatest Chinese artists of all time. So let's get into this show today and see how we're going to progress through the episode. So in a moment we're going to talk about how difficult this painting is, and if this is something you want to try doing. We'll talk about materials required, and we'll do the image transfer, although I'm going to simplify it a little bit here, and I'll show you where to get the free image template. We'll stain it with some color, and then we'll talk about Chang Dai-chien's biography, as well as the importance of today's particular artwork. We'll do... I don't think we're going to do any underpainting, and as is relatively typical in Chinese, Japanese, Korean art. So I am I'm hoping today's painting comes in at around 3 hours or less, which would be a record for the recent times, since I've been going, it seems to be longer and longer, as if I'm going for some kind of marathon. Just before we do jump into the scale of difficulty, consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. Roughly 60 to 70% of people who watch this video right now are not subscribers. I saw a comment somebody left on one of my videos, 700,000 views and only 1,700 likes on this video and only 45,000 subscribers. What's wrong with you people? But now you know why YouTubers like myself remind people to subscribe and like a video, because often if you don't nudge people, it doesn't happen, right? So that's a free way to support the channel, and it really helps. It helps the algorithm reach more and more people. But if you do want to support the channel with a small donation, a couple dollars, $5, the price of a cup of coffee, consider scanning the QR code right there or entering in the web address, and it'll take you to my PayPal page where you can safely donate to support the channel and help pay for the lights and the cameras, the new LaserJet printer I got to print off these templates. So other ways you could donate is send an e-transfer or check in the mail, those kinds of things, or the YouTube super chat while we're live. But the vast majority of people watch these videos long after they've aired, so those first three options would be preferable to super chat, obviously. We'll do a quick little shout out to the Facebook group, since next week we're doing our next free bonus feedback episode, where I give people free feedback on whatever artwork they've been working on, whether that's something like today's painting, a previous painting class we've done, a painting you've been working on that has nothing to do with any of these classes, or even the drawing course that I've taught that has hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people who've taken it, and I still give people free feedback on their drawings. So join the Facebook group. It looks a little bit like that, and upload your artwork to the page, And it's also a great community, grows every day, and there's lots of people at various different levels of experience who can also give you feedback before I get a chance to do so as well. Okay, so, oh look, Beral is there in the chat, and Katie says hi. Well, let's go to our first step. It's time for the scale of difficulty. So, how difficult would today's painting be? So you've got the scale from beginner, novice, intermediate, advanced, expert. Where does today's painting fall in? Well, let's just quickly look at the classification. We've got our beginner, someone who's never painted before, right? Has never seen one of these episodes before, never tried mixing a color wheel. Today's painting, I could say, would certainly be, you could attempt to do it, but, you know, someone like Zhang Dai-chien spent his lifetime mastering these techniques in order to paint it so exquisitely. So while you can attempt it and it looks deceptively simple, I think maybe a little bit more experience might be helpful. Try doing the color wheel, watch some of those early episodes as part of the Master Study series. The entire playlist, starting at the very first episode, including what materials to buy, is down there below. I would say today's painting could be a beginner's, but is probably more likely to slot in around our novice section. So maybe if you've done the color wheel, you've done some of those early studies, maybe even done one or two other paintings as part of the Master Study series, I think you'd feel more confident tackling this painting. And then obviously if you're an intermediate, you'd be able to do it maybe faster, better, with more confidence. And same thing when we get into the advanced and versus, you know, expert, right? Just like Zhang Dai-chien was himself. And that doesn't mean that, you know, today's painting is an easy painting, and that's some sort that I mean that in a negative way. As we'll see, he did way more complex things. I did think, though, that today wanted to do something kind of fun and accessible for people, especially those people celebrating Chinese New Year's. So that's where I'm going here with the novice. I am going to do some kind of maybe slightly more complex things to prepare the canvas, but if you're just painting on paper, you should have no problem. Derek says, hi Michael, any recommendations for resources to learn art history, different styles, important artists in a more systematic way? Great question, Derek. Well, there's lots of great books. One of my favorite, I mean, we had to read when I was in art school was, and there's a great video, Shock of the New by Robert Hughes. And you can see there's, I think, probably the entire playlist here on YouTube. I won't click on it because I'll get demonetized and all that stuff. But The Shock of the New is a book that was written by this Australian figure, Robert Hughes. He's sort of like the Norman Mailer of art historians. And Norman, who's a more contemporary analogy to Norman Mailer for maybe some of our younger audiences? I can't think of, anyway, like he's very entertaining way of talking about the history of particularly modern art, and by modern art we generally mean, like, for simplicity's sake, the Impressionists, or, you know, those who were kind of the generation before the Impressionists. So that's great. You can watch those videos. Who's another guy? I always forget how to pronounce his name. Waldemar Jasnuzek is also great. He's sort of like maybe the modern version of Robert Hughes. He's a British art critic. I think he's originally Polish. Yeah. And he's got lots of great videos on YouTube you can watch that are very entertaining, going to the locations where artists worked. So those would be probably, if you want, that would give you plenty of information to get started. If you watched the whole, I think, 13-part series for The Shock of the New, and maybe some of Valdemar Jaznezak's episodes, that would help. I mean, I love The Shock of the New. I remember even after I graduated from art college, some of my friends and I remember we gathered around on, I don't know, it was like Saturday nights, and we watched all 12 episodes of The Shock of the New together, a bunch of 20-year-old, 21-year-old kids sitting around getting drunk watching art history programs. But it gives you an idea as to kind of maybe I'm a little bit on the geekier side of things, but I love art history. So great question, Derek. I appreciate that. Okay. Next step I want to talk about here is materials required. Now, again, I did an entire episode talking about this in depth. That's in the playlist. I think it's the very first episode of the Master Studies series. But that video was made a few years ago, so I've since maybe updated a few little things, and all of those updates are included in the most recent version of the handout that you can download and print for free. You don't have to give me your email or anything. It's all totally free and accessible to anybody. You can download this handout. You can use the QR code to go to the Dropbox folder, or just enter in this short web address. Excuse me. But I'm just going to flip through some slides here, just because, again, I know not everybody is watching for the second, third, 50th time these episodes. So if this is your first episode, here's my very brief synopsis of that 1.5 hour video. So we're going to be using acrylic paint. This is a whole acrylic paint series, and we're going to be painting on 9x12 sized acrylic panels. Right? Again, you can use paper, you could use cardboard, you could use stretched canvas, paint on plywood or whatever, but you'd probably want to apply some sort of ground, which is just like basically a gesso technically, but if you just even applied just a white coat of paint onto that surface, that would help. It should be acrylic though, because if you paint white oil paint on it, your acrylic is not going to stick to that surface. You may want to use some sandpaper to sand that down. Then the other thing that I'm always strongly encouraging is having some old rags. In this case, this is my daughter's old pajamas that I cut up into pieces with some fabric scissors, and then I put them into the wash. And even if they're clean, because what can happen is when you cut them, all this frays and all this little bits of fabric kind of go all over the place, and you don't, while you're trying to clean anything on your painting, actually make things worse by scattering all this fabric remnants all over the surface. So once you shred your clothing into rags, wash your rags so that the lint trap catches all that. We're going to be using what's called the split primary palette in order to make today's painting. And essentially that means we're going to be using 6 colors plus white, right? 2 yellows, 2 reds, 2 blues. And the great thing with this combination of paint is we can make our own black. Now, of course, you can buy a tube of black paint for sure, but I think it's kind of cool to know that you can mix your own paint. This type of approach also emphasizes depth, and by using warm and cool colors, we can create the illusion of 3 dimensions on the canvas. Because warm colors advance, cool colors recede. Now, today we're painting one of the great artists from China, and the Chinese tradition is very different than the Western tradition. And the Chinese did not have that same Western obsession with illusionism and depth, right? Their whole way of painting is much more poetic and expressionist, or not? Is it? Well, yeah. Let me think about that. Maybe just strike that word. Let me think about it as we go. Yeah. So also, but anyway, using this method of painting helps us decide what color to use and where we might want to use it. Warm colors we generally want to put in the foreground, cool colors in the background. So we'll come to all that as we go. But again, today's painting is going to be a little bit different because we're maybe not looking for that same level of depth in this work. Anyway, this is the brand of paint I'm going to be using for today's episode. This is these Amsterdam tubes of paint. They come in smaller sizes and some much smaller. This is the 250 milliliter size, which you can get for about $15 to $18 Canadian. I wouldn't pay more than $18, you know, maybe $20 with tax and stuff for one of these large tubes, because you can find it for cheaper in the States. You should be able to get them for maybe $12 American or something like that, which is a great deal, because if you imagine buying all 6 plus white tubes of paint, and maybe even in black, so you buy 8 tubes of paint and it comes into just over $100. This is the amount of paint's going to keep you busy for probably a couple of years, right? So $100 to get your hobby off the ground is not bad. Now, if you want to spend more money on higher grade paint, you could use golden. Certainly is going to be higher quality, higher pigment to binder or glue, I guess you could call it. And yet, probably most people aren't going to notice the difference, or at least beginners anyway. In fact, some people probably would dislike the golden because it's a thicker paint, what we would call like a heavy body paint, as opposed to, I'd say this is sort of somewhere between a soft body and a heavy body paint. Generally, people want that thinner paint. So I'm just going to flip through a whole bunch of these different brand names. Of course, you can pause and do a screenshot of any of these, but this is all listed in depth in the handout I mentioned earlier, which is free for you there on the Dropbox. But I just want you to know that you can do what we're doing, and we've done for almost 400 painting episodes now, with virtually any brand of paint out there. Now, there's some notable exceptions that we're going to see here in a second, such as Museum Color, Peebo, Mary's, and Fevicryl. And these are, I've never used the Fevicryl or Mary's paint, but based on information that has been shared within our group, I'm quite confident these would not work very well. Peebo, which is one of the world's largest paint brands, is also no good, because basically all paints mix a little bit of white into their colors in order to make them a little bit more opaque, but the more white that gets in there, the more difficult it is, or impossible it is, to mix a black with those colors. And as you know, even today I'll mix my own black, and I don't want it to turn out like a gray. I want it to be as dark as possible. Now again, most paints mix white in them, but Peebo, Museum Color, Fevicryl, and Mary's just put way too much, and so you end up with pastels instantly. Next step here is to talk about doing the image transfer. So you can download this free template, which I've created. And so, you know, if there's the original, here's the template that I've created. You can download it from the Dropbox folder. I'll show you where that is. So it's in the same place where you can download the handout for the supply guide. You can click on this, and then it will take you to, where did I put? Okay, here we go. So it'll take you to a folder to look something probably like this. Again, you'll see the supply guide is in this folder here. All right, there's a black and white color version of that. I just updated it a few months ago, so it's got all the most recent information. And then if you've never painted before, here's your color wheel, color temperature, value scale, activities. I would suggest you do. Even if you've kind of done them before 5, 10, 20 years ago, might be a good little review, especially to see how I paint. And then these next, I don't know, 100 episodes here, folders, are for paintings that are more accessible for the beginner artist. And you will look how many of these. You'll see that our folder is right here. Zhang Dai-chien. We'll talk about the different spellings and what those things mean here in a moment, but you'll also notice if you keep scrolling that there's, I don't know, 300 more folders down there, which are more complex paintings. Now, in the Facebook group we were talking about, I'm going to reorganize this soon. So basically it's always going to be by last name first. And yeah, so if you're watching this video maybe a year from now or something and you're like, it's not in folder 00Z43, what's going on? Just look for the last name, and that should help you. And it'll probably be under Z for Zhang. Yeah, just because again, there's a whole different Chinese names usually begin with the surname, right? So, let's go in here. You'll see that there's the original image plus 2 versions of the outline. One is a PDF and one's a JPEG, whatever's easier for you to print off on your printer at home. Okay, so let's do this step now. So I've got this 9x12 sized canvas panel, and they usually come wrapped in plastic. You can buy these at the dollar store. I ordered these off of Amazon. This is really one of the only art supplies I get consistently from Amazon. Canvas panels. That's a pretty good deal. Most other art supplies on Amazon are more expensive, so just be careful before you click that buy now button. Okay, so I'm going to put this roughly in the middle. Sometimes I move it up and down just depending on, because you can see there's a little bit more space, right? This is a 9x12 sized canvas, and this paper here is 8.5 by 11. Okay, so I taped that down, and then in here I've got some graphite paper, which is almost identical to carbon paper or charcoal paper. I'm just going to put this under there. Now, I'm not going to trace over every single line here. In fact, I'm going to bring up the original and just put them side by side just so I can kind of think about how I want to do this. I think what I'm going to do is go inside these lines. So I'll show you what I'm doing so far here. See this? Rather than going to the edges, I'm going to kind of try to do the interior lines. So that when I paint, I feel more freedom to be as kind of loose as Zhang was when he was doing his painting here. Now we got this down here. Now this is lighter. And then I'm going to do the same thing. So basically all of this, is when I peel this off, is just going to look like a bunch of lines. So it's going to look different than the outline, and I'll show you here in a moment. So this is going to be my snake, and I think I'm going to leave it like that. Now the signature, and do I want to do that now? Do I even want to do the signature, or do I want to do it much bigger? Now those are tiny. So these would be really difficult brushstrokes to paint. I do have Posca pens around here. I could do that with Posca pens. Do I want to just leave that and do that later? I'm gonna I'm gonna do this. This would be okay. These are going to be so small that it might almost be kind of funny to try to use like the Google Translate app after I paint this and see what it thinks I've written, or basically what the translation of my terrible Chinese calligraphy would mean here. Well, let's see if we can do that. Let me see if I'll try that later on and see if that works. So, okay. So I'm going to keep this outline. I'm just going to put it a little bit, not out of view, but just out of view of the camera there for me to refer to. I'm just going to put my carbon paper away. So again, I don't know how well that's coming across on camera, but I haven't done all of, especially some of these little areas, the blue in the background, because I basically want some of these to be the center of my brushstrokes, right? And that way, if I'm not quite in the center, my brushstrokes will cover up most of those lines. Okay, moving right along. Next step here is to do what's called the Imprimatura, or the priming layer, the first layer, or the prime layer, which is the first, right? This is a technique artists going back to even before Leonardo da Vinci in the 1300s, artists were using this type of approach. Now, obviously, this is not the kind of thing that Zhang Dai-chien would have used, but I'm sure he would appreciate this technique because preparing the surfaces for his artwork was something that was really important to him. And I think maybe even especially when you're making art that is quote-unquote simple, and again, I'm not saying this is necessarily a simple, and I don't mean simple in a bad way as a derogatory term. It's almost like if you think of, let me finish the thought. Especially if an artwork is quite simple, I think preparing the surface becomes ultra important, because there's less paint on the canvas, so the paint that's there has to do a lot of heavy lifting, and so artists like Zhang Dai-chien would want the rest of the canvas to be like just perfectly so. As opposed to if the painting is covered up with layers and layers of paint and big blobs and splatters and stuff, well, then it can kind of hide maybe any potential imperfections with the original surface. And so the analogy I was going to give about this would be like, let's say you're now I'm a vegetarian, but let's say you're making a steak, right? And often people just want just the steak with a little bit of salt and pepper on it, and that's good enough. Well, that's all fine, but if you don't cook the steak properly and all you've got is salt and pepper on it, it's not going to be very good. So you have to be really, really precise if there's not a lot of other sauces and sides and stuff to kind of distract your attention. I don't know. Does that make any sense to anybody? Oh, there's Kathy. Hi, Kathy. So let's do what I usually like to do. I'm going to do this in a couple steps, but I'm going to start with my warm yellow. And this is one of my favorite things. I've been doing this on almost every painting since I started, which is to apply this warm yellow and mix in about maybe 40% water. So not quite half and half. Still a little bit more paint than water. And this is also really the only time I ever use water when I'm painting with acrylic. The water is just going to help the paint absorb into the surface, into the gessoed material. And gesso, after all, is very similar to, it's basically plaster powder. Plowder, that's I should copyright that. That sounds, what would plowder? Plowder would be my special trademarked mixture of plaster powder. Plowder, the Markowsky plowder method. So again, this is not something that today's artists, or probably really any artist from China, especially at this point in time, would have done. But I like doing this. Like, there was that title info that was just up on the screen there talking about why I like using an Imprimatura, and part of it is just part of my routine. I really just enjoy this process. And it just helps me kind of transition from the world of childcare and life, other responsibilities, into painting mode. Because it doesn't take any brain power for me to mix a little bit of water in here and to paint this surface. So I'm literally painting, but my brain is not particularly active. Hi, Lisa. Nice to see you. Okay. So I'm going to blow dry this, and then I'm actually going to put a second coat of paint on here to get a bit more of a tan color, like a yellowed newspaper look. So I'm just going to blow dry this here and mute the microphone. Okay, you'll see that one thing I did there was I was just wiping those edges with my hand, and that's why I've got these yellow lines on there now, just because the paint will sometimes drip off the edges. And when I'm mixing when I'm painting the next layer of color, I don't want that wet paint to mix into the color, so I'm just trying to take care of that now. Oh, there's Pascal. I have to do a quick flyby. I have to go to sleep early. Okay. So. Let's look at the color that we have here. So that color it's like a kind of a tan color, like Pascal said, an unbleached titanium white. You can buy unbleached titanium white. There was a time in my life where I would buy a lot of that paint because I was trying to simulate the color of comic book pages from the 1960s. So you can certainly buy it, but knowing that you can also mix, that's a lot of white. Why did I put so much? Huh. You know, when you're trying to talk and mix paint at the same time, okay, so what I want to mix is a brown, and then I'm going to add white to it. Maybe not as much white as I just put down here. So let's start to make a brown. I'm going to mix it right here. A brown is an orange plus blue. And we can have browns that are kind of greenish browns or purplish browns or yellow or reddish browns. There's, you know, near infinite number of brown possibilities. Brown is the most common color on Earth. All of us human beings have brown skin and brown hair. Even though you might think you're a redhead or a blonde or a black-haired person, it's really just different kinds of brown. Hate to break it to you. Okay, so we're not that different. This is the long story short. Okay, so I've mixed up this kind of peach color because there was some white on my brush before. And I'm just going to put a little bit of blue in here. You can see I just took a tiny bit. So this blue is going to take this peach color and start to turn it into something not quite as peachy. Now that's pretty good, but still very reddish. So let's take more blue. Now that's good, but now it's starting to go kind of up into a greenish brown. Or I guess not very green. That's actually not bad. But I'm going to like quadruple this mixture. And then I can add however much I want to use in here. So that's one thing that I often do, and I recommend, unless you're feeling super confident, is to mix a small mixture of a color before you mix all of your paint, right? It's like, I often give the example of, let's say someone asks you to make 1,000 muffins for, you know, the work party or the school benefit or something. It might be a good idea to make like 4 muffins and test your recipe before you quadruple it for many, many more. Okay, that's good. I do think I want it to be a little bit more in the reddish side, just slightly more. Slightly warmer. That's good. Okay, so let's bring this. Did I just put way too much into this white? Okay, so that's my white, but I'm also now going to add a lot of matte medium in here. And now I'm going to stir this up. So matte medium is just clear white paint. It's white paint without, or it's just paint without any color in it. And by being transparent, it means that when I paint it over top of my Imprimatura, some of the Imprimatura is going to come through. And when I paint it over top of my pencil lines, some of my pencil lines are also going to come through. Now that looks great. I'm just wondering if I want to put more. Yeah, I'm going to put a bit more matte medium. So this is really the only part of today's episode I think is like, you know, a little bit more complex. You know, again, if you just want to paint this on a white piece of paper and be done with it, I totally get it. No worries whatsoever. Just skip right over this. If you just wanted to do this in lieu of or instead of painting the warm yellow I painted earlier, I also understand that as well. No judgments here. Okay, so there's a lot of paint on this brush. Okay, whoa, and lots of comments. I'll get to all those comments in a moment. I'm gonna brush this over the surface. Maybe I shouldn't have put that extra little bit of red in there. This is gonna look very fleshy. Ah. Oh well. That's the thing is, you know, you often don't know what you've got on your palette until you paint with it. And I know that can be very frustrating if you're a beginner painter, because you probably want more certainty. You want a little bit less surprises. But for an artist like today's, he loved kind of improvising, and one might say almost his entire mature technique is all about kind of throwing himself some curveballs. Okay. Now that's, okay, I'm just gonna, let me see. That's good. It's, well, let's see, on camera it's probably gonna look quite similar. It's hard for me to see. I'm going to blow dry this, and I'm expecting the areas, particularly around the sides, to show a little bit more yellow through, because those are going to be areas where I've brushed a bit more. So I'm going to blow dry this. Oh, I was zoomed out that whole time. That's great. That's excellent. Makes for great content. Goodness. Where am I? Audio. Okay. Can I live with this? Do I? Yeah. You know what? Of all... Okay. So this is definitely more... Oops. Again, kind of a fleshier color than the original. At least in person. I'm not sure how it's going to appear on camera. This has got a slightly more reddish quality than the original, which is a little bit more kind of khaki color. Now I do really like having brighter colors anyway, but I was kind of hoping to simulate a bit more of that paper. But as we'll find out here in just a few moments, Zhang Dai-chien is somebody who's you know, a big part of his artistic process is kind of going with the flow, quite literally, when it comes to the way that he liked to pour and splatter paint on the surface. So I think if he was here and he heard me talking about, well, should I touch this up, he'd be like, no, embrace it, Michael, go with it, just let it be. So let's listen to the master. That's after all what I'm trying to do here, right? Is to learn from these great artists. So rather than obsessing about perfection. Now, having said that, if I was his assistant and I had done this for one of his surfaces, he probably would not be very pleased with me. And he'd probably tell me to go back and do it again. But when it comes to him working on it, he probably, if he had done it himself, he's like, no, let's embrace this. Okay. Let's move that. Yeah, let's move that out of the way. Cool. I think that's going to be great. So I still see just barely my pencil lines coming through to the surface. The signature portion, that's very little's left. There is also just a little bit more, actually less yellow than I was expecting, but it's still there. And those are the kinds of things, again, that I actually like. I like it when people, I mean, that's one of my favorite things, of going to a museum, and I often am the guy that goes up to a painting that's on the wall and is like looking at the sides and the top, because I want to kind of figure out, like, how is this made? What is their process, right? Which probably explains why I'm doing this entire course, right? Because it just gives me an opportunity to try to figure out how these great artists made such great artwork. Okay. Oh, there's Heidi there. Yes, today is Chinese New Year's Eve. People usually stay up till the year of the snake. Okay. I was considering, apparently one of the traditions, especially in southern China, is to eat rice on New Year's. And so, whereas in the north, apparently dumplings are more popular. I was thinking about just getting a bunch of Chinese food and then, you know, sitting here eating some rice while I'm working on this. And then I thought, you know what, Michael, it would, you know, I might sit here and think I'm using my chopsticks and put in a gob of paint in my mouth. I mean, let's try to keep the food and the paint separate so I don't get my accidentally eat my materials. Okay. Well, that looks, from what I can see on camera, that actually looks really nice. I think it, which is odd. I have no idea how the color temperature on this is working. Now that we've got the painting, the surface established, and we're ready to do a little bit more paint, or to actually do the painting on top here, let's take a moment to talk a little bit about who today's artist is or was, and why they're so important and relevant to today. Excuse me. So, quick new shout out to the Facebook group again. Next week we're doing our next free bonus episode, so anything you want me to look at and give advice at, please upload it to the Facebook group. Also, you'll notice that for every episode, the morning of, I post a biography that I spend way too much time writing, and so it's there if you want to get a little heads up as to who the artist we're featuring is each day. Okay, so Zhang Dai-chien was born in 1899 and died in 1983 at the age of 83 years old. So one of those great artists that lived a long, very prolific life. Zhang Dai-chien, one of the most prolific artists. I wouldn't say necessarily the most of all time, but very, very prolific. Known for his huge output, and also for making a lot of what some people call forgeries. And it's quite a dispute as to how many he made and which ones he did do, but we'll get to that here. Just a quick side note here before I go too much further is you'll notice that there's two different spellings of his name. We've got the Chang Dai-chien or Shang Dai-chien. And so I was kind of curious as to why the different spelling. It comes down to the older versus newer ways of translating Chinese into English or into Western alphabets, I guess you could say. And so during Zhang Dai-chien's life, let's just highlight this. During his own life, he would have written and seen his own name spelt like this in English as Chang with a C, D-A-I-Chien, like dog, right, in French. So that's how he would have seen it. But over the years, there's been sort of a modernization of and advancements in translation approaches. And so in China and academic circles, and probably in more contemporary exhibitions, we would probably be using this Zhang with a Z, and then Dai-chien as just his technically first name, all in one word here as a Daqin. It does make for the pronunciation of it is intentionally to make it a little bit sharper sounding, those vowels and things. So yeah, anyway, that's so I've kind of you may hear me use alternately throughout today's episode both different pronunciations. No offenses intended by that. It's just my own ignorance and inability to speak Chinese at all. So let's kind of go back to the beginnings. What an interesting life, particularly as a young person. I don't know. There may be a movie about him in Chinese that I wasn't able to find out, but there should be. We'll talk about maybe why there hasn't been, and maybe why there may not be anytime soon, due to political reasons potentially. But man, a very, very interesting life. So he is born here in Naijiang, Sichuan, which is kind of southern China. Again, my apologies for my atrocious pronunciation. I'm just going to zoom out just to give some context, right? So you've got like Australia down here, and Russia and India. So let's zoom in. And it's one of these things, so this technically is considered southwestern China, but, you know, I guess if you think of this, yeah, like southwestern, I guess, you know, it looks more like the mid, or no, this, what, southwest? Really? Okay, interesting, okay. So, that's, in fact, let's zoom in even closer to this area where he's originally from. When he's born into a relatively well-placed family with a rich cultural background. His father was a noted calligrapher, a very skilled calligrapher, so I'm sure his ability with a brush comes from his father, but also from his mother, who was noted for her ability to paint flowers. And both his parents were quite well educated, so there's kind of a scholarly tradition that of the family that he's born into. His parents really encouraged education and an interest in the arts. So, you know, he had a very encouraging family environment in which he grew up in. His father was also a devout Buddhist. I'm just reading here the Wikipedia page for the first time because I didn't do my research here on Wikipedia. That his family converted to Roman Catholicism. I did not know that. I haven't read that elsewhere, so I'm not sure where that comes from. But there's this kind of famous, mythical almost story that when he was 12 years old, traveling with a fortune teller, this fortune teller created a set of divining cards for him that he was able to use to kind of help predict his future. There's another story about his mother having this vision of seeing an old man with a what's the name of the, not a monkey, it's a, it's going to drive me crazy now. Not a monkey. What was the name of that kind of pet? Maybe we'll see here later on. Let me see. Now it's going to drive me crazy. Hopefully there's an image. No, I didn't mean to do that. How come it's not showing all of his paintings here? Gibbon. Okay, sorry. I just had to get this right. So his mother had this this vision of this bearded man coming to her with a gibbon and presenting her child to her. And so these kind of premonitions, fortunes, may or may not, is disputed, played a pretty big role in his life, depending on how much stock he put in them. But so I say later on in life, he did have a gibbon and numerous other animals that he kept as pets. But then later on, at age 17, while he was on his way back home from a boarding school, he was captured by some bandits in the forest, right? Just as they're, think of almost like the Wild West, that, you'd have these stagecoaches going through the Sierra Madre mountains or something, and then these like gunslingers jump out from behind some bushes, and they, kill everybody and take the treasure chest. Same sort of thing, right? In a lot of countries, before communication was as easy as it is today and as immediate, you'd have bandits roaming around anywhere where there was large distances between cities, right? And especially even after the railroads, people robbed railroads, right? So anyway, so he's abducted by these bandits and basically forced into becoming a kind of a pirate who then is now attacking other people, and they're breaking into houses and looting and stealing things. He claimed to have done his best to be a bad thief, and that he tried to deliberately steal as little as possible when he was a part of that gang. But one of the things that he did when he was a part of this group of mercenary bandits is that he was kind of making notes and maybe ransom notes and things, and the head of this group of bandits noticed his incredible brushmanship, his ability to do like masterful calligraphy at this young age, and made him his personal secretary. So he then, instead of just being another one of these expendable criminals as part of this organization, he's now rises up through the ranks and maybe given less of a dangerous job. Maybe he's not there on the front lines, potentially getting stabbed by a guard or something. He's kind of, in the getaway vehicle, if you may, right? So there's kind of this interesting story of him getting abducted, but then showing his value to the group, and that kind of allows him to take a less dangerous position within the organization. And so during the 3 months that he's part of that group, he also was doing a lot of reading lots of poetry that these criminals would steal from homes, and basically kept himself really busy. You can imagine finally getting home and like, we thought you were going to be home, a few months ago. What on earth happened to you? Well, I did some reading and a little bit of writing and yada, yada, yada. Nice to see everybody. Right? That's what I kind of think about it. Like, If anybody understands the Seinfeld reference there. So I think another really interesting thing about Zhang Dai-chien's life biography is that he's a big traveler. He loves exploring. He had this voracious appetite for knowledge. One of the things that is later said about him is that he had seen more Chinese art than any other person in history, because he not only went around China and looked at all of the great works within China that he could find, but then he would travel to New York and London and Paris, where there was also great collections of often ancient Chinese art that he had seen that maybe many people in China had themselves never seen. So he becomes arguably one of the most educated and informed knowledgeable persons of first-hand knowledge of great Chinese art, because he had seen so much of it. He later uses those skills, as we'll talk about here shortly, to forge many great works of Chinese art throughout history. But I think that goes a little bit later on. So at one point he moves to Kyoto in Japan and studies textile dyeing techniques. Something that was, I read in one place was considered to be kind of risky. Remember, this is a time when China and Japan had, let's just say, oversimplification, a fraught relationship, right? And we've looked at some Chinese artists, Korean artists that also went to Japan, because Japan was this imperialist country that was basically invading everybody around, right? And that culminates in World War II, and we all know how that turned out. For a Chinese person to go to kind of the enemy's homeland and to study art in the center of the belly of the beast, right? And then to come home, some of your friends might kind of question some of your decisions, right? But again, this is a guy who's just has this voracious appetite for knowledge, and maybe he's a little bit naive, or maybe he just doesn't care what other people think, right? And he's willing to kind of, maybe deal with some of those uncomfortable situations and conversations if it means, enriching himself in some way, knowledge-wise. Okay. So where are we? 1919 is when he returns. Now he's in Shanghai. 1919, what would that make him? So he's like 20 years old by the time he returns from school in Japan. So now we have like about another 30-year period of making art, and he's really now, especially in this first half of his career, from his like 20s until maybe his mid 40s, not only just a student, but a master of traditional Chinese brush techniques, painting techniques. Excuse me, I don't know where that little burp coming from here. Yeah, a lot of these, looks like a lot of the paintings. Where did that? Interesting little sound happening. Hope that doesn't mean the house is about to explode. It sounded like an electrical pop of some kind. So yeah, they don't have many of his older works here on the wiki art page. That's probably due to him not being, well, I was going to say being white and English, they often don't have a lot of international artworks here on this page, unfortunately. But the other thing, though, that does happen, one reason why a lot of his art during this period is not available to see, is that a lot of his early work is destroyed in the upheaval kind of right after World War II. You know, there's the Revolution, Mao comes to power, and the China becomes a communist state. And, you know, again, his visits outside of the country become, make him a bit of a target. You know, his patriotism is a little bit in question. So he moves to Argentina, goes all the way across to the other side of the world, and eventually settles in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And I didn't know that, but apparently there was quite a large population of Chinese people that left China and moved to South America. Very I mean, I'm sure they moved all over the place, but I did not realize, it wouldn't have, my original thought would not have been to go, that he would have moved to South America, but that's very, very interesting that there's such a sizable population there. And then from there, he moves around quite a lot. He goes to the United States for a period of time. He goes to France. It's in France that he meets. Well, and so I think so. After this period of time, when he leaves China and moves to the West, he brings with him all of his knowledge of Chinese painting traditions, and there's some great videos. I mean, these films of him painting. I'm not going to play any of this footage. Obviously, this is from like the 70s, but he becomes kind of like does these very public performances and teachings, workshops, where he demonstrates ancient Chinese painting techniques to help spread that knowledge. Because, you know, the world is changing very quickly, and there is a bit of concern that, you know, there's this, with this globalization, that everyone's just going to be painting like Europeans paint. And since he had that experience of learning so much throughout his career, he wanted to share that, kind of download it back into the world. So this becomes also a big feature of his work. There's very public demonstrations, and so there's some great videos you can watch on YouTube. So that's one thing. Today I'm not really going to try to literally recreate his process, because he's done it himself. You can watch this video. It's like a 45-minute video. Really kind of cool just seeing how free he is when he's painting. All those links are in the description below. I'll if they're not there, I'll post them there later. Oh, another, I should have mentioned too, that during World War II, I think it's, I think this is, yeah, I think this, so here's a description of him during World War II, when Japan had overtaken a lot of China. He kind of fled to the northwest mountains of China, into this these cave networks here, and basically hid in the caves, and spent a lot of time looking at these Buddhist sculptures and mosaics and paintings and scrolls that are preserved in and around this area. So that was another thing too. Again, that goes back to him just absorbing the history of China and really becoming kind of obsessed in a similar way that I am about learning the processes and techniques of artists in the past. So when he eventually leaves China and takes up residence in South America and then ultimately in the United States, he obviously becomes influenced by Western art. And that kind of is the next kind of phase in his career where he kind of starts to blend the great ancient traditions with the modern art that he's seeing around him. And so he's considered to be this really, really important artist that kind of marks this transition period and honors the past while innovating and maintaining pace with artists like Picasso, who we'll see here in a second. In fact, maybe let's just go right there. So there's this famous meeting. Will I be able to find it is the question. Well, I didn't know if I would be able to find it, so I took these images here. I believe this is... Yeah, in 1956, he goes and visits Picasso in Picasso's villa near Cannes in Nice, or Cannes, I should say, Cannes, south of France, where Picasso had been living for a long time. And the two of them get along very well. There's this series of photographs that are very funny. I apologize, they're not very high resolution. But it's sort of seen as the meeting of these two great minds, like Mao and Nixon, the two heads of state of the East and the West have this this great interaction. And I was thinking today, like, that it would have been very interesting being a fly on the wall in this situation. His wife at the time, he had at least 5 wives, was helping doing a little bit of the translation, and apparently when they left, she said that she wasn't a big fan of Picasso's art and didn't understand why he was so well known, which is kind of funny. But one of the things that Zhang Dai-chien said is, he was looking at Picasso's brushes, thought Picasso was using some cheaply made brushes. Later on, sent Picasso a whole bunch of like really fine Chinese brushes. I love this photograph of the two of them with some masks on. You can see he's got I don't even know what kind, he's wearing this hat. Looks like kind of a fake nose, and Picasso's got one of his own masks there. The very, very playful, two very playful people. And I think if you watch some of those videos of Zhang Dai-chien painting, you can see that there is a mischievous, kind of playful quality to his personality. He also, this look here of, being in this robe with this big white beard was a look that he cultivated, right? This is a particular, like, lots of people in China in the 50s and 60s did not dress like this. He being a kind of a scholar of ancient Chinese art, deliberately wore these robes and his long beard because those signified kind of basically a very wise man, right? That he's kind of separate from the working class. He's kind of like this monkish kind of figure, right? So it's like a bit of like a costume, a performance that he's putting on. There's just one more quick little photograph of the two of these characters. I was thinking about, like, what would Picasso have to gain from this interaction? And I think one thing is Picasso by his own admission, was a great thief. And I'm sure Picasso would have been absolutely delighted to see one of the greatest artists from the East come to his studio. Apparently there was a little bit of a painting demonstration by Zhang, and just to kind of observe, and maybe he's trying to think, like, what can I steal from this guy, or what can I steal from China in general in terms of art making. I think it's very fascinating to imagine. And then there's, at the end, there's an exchange of artworks. I had up there a moment ago. The piece that Picasso gave him. Right, so here's the painting Picasso sends to Zhang Dai-chien, and Zhang Dai-chien, I don't know what artwork he gave Picasso, but again, I think that shows a great deal of respect. You know, at this point, Picasso in the mid-50s is the most famous artist in the world. There's no dispute about that. Yes, there's, you know, Jackson Pollock, and there's some other people who are well known, but Picasso by far he's anything he touches sells for, you know, he could trade for a home or a car or something, right? So the fact that Picasso, you know, is willing to make a trade with Zhang says about the level of respect that he would have felt for this guy, because he wouldn't have to do anything like that if he didn't want to. Although it's interesting now, there is, I think, this is quite interesting. The market for Zhang Dai-chien's work has gone through the roof. And you can see here in 2011, the total sales at auction of Zhang Dai-chien's work surpassed $506 million, which would be even more in today's money. So you're talking like $550 or so million worth of Zhang Dai-chien's work was sold in just 1 year. And at that same time, Picasso sold $311 million worth of work. Again, this is long after both of these artists died, but it goes to show that, you know, there's this growing middle class, but particularly hyper wealthy class in China that used to be more interested in buying the work of people like Renoir and Picasso and Van Gogh, that have instead now turned their sights to collecting Chinese art. And I would say kind of a little bit about time, right? That and so the prices for actual art by Chinese people have just, you know, not even quadrupled, like, I don't know what, by many folds. That market has expanded dramatically over the past few decades. You know, it's the same sort of thing that I every once in a while just encourage people. It's like, if you want to get in on a market that will be huge one day, would be Canadian artwork. Like, you can buy artwork by some of the great legendary Canadian artists for, you know, $20,000-$30,000, which I know is not nothing, but you can buy great paintings by famous Canadian artists that you're pretty much guaranteed in another 20 years will be worth $500,000. So, you know, I should find some wealthy people who want to invest, because we could make a lot of money together. Anyway, because that's, for the longest time, that was sort of the Chinese, or the market for Chinese art was also very, very low. But if you had bought some of Zhang Dai-chien's work, maybe even in the early 2000s, you could probably buy some of his paintings for, you know, maybe $20,000, and now those would sell for maybe $5-10 million each. So, very, very interesting how times change, hey? What else do I want? Okay, so in the 1960s, he moves to Carmel by the Sea, which is in Northern California to this exact location, the Carmel, what is now the Carmel Country Inn. Let's just zoom out a little bit here. So this is basically halfway, well, I was going to say halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco, although it's certainly much closer to San Francisco. And, you know, beautiful little area. Carmel, I think wasn't Clint Eastwood, I think, was the mayor of the town of Carmel, California at one time. Was it? I know it was the town of Carmel, but I'm sure it was Carmel, California, I think. So he settles here. They live in this house. It's now like a little kind of bed and breakfast like place. What's kind of interesting is on all the websites I looked up, there's no mention of Zhang Dai-chien being there, which I'm sure, again, I think that's a little bit of an oversight because, you know, Chinese travelers have a lot of money, and if you wanted to get some easy money from some really wealthy Chinese people, I would put that front and center on my website that literally one of arguably the best Chinese modern artist of all time lived in what is like in one of this log cabin that's attached to the property, right? I mean, anyway, just suggesting if anybody's owns that property there, that you're missing out on a big marketing opportunity. I don't know why you wouldn't exploit that. So it's funny. He called, I don't know how you pronounce this in China, Kei Chu, which means barely translates roughly to barely habitable. Right? It's got this kind of nice name when you hear it in English. Like that's how he referred to his home, but it means barely habitable or just okay, which is very funny. Yeah. And I think it's also, I would say, in the post-war period, but a lot of the time he spent in the United States, obviously he's advancing his own career, making his own paintings, but he also was doing a lot of reproductions, we could say gently, which many people might also call forgeries of famous Chinese paintings from history, based either on his recollections, his knowledge from having seen them in person, or from books. And that, many people believe, has been one reason why maybe many of you watching right now have never heard of him before, unless, of course, you're Chinese, which you've probably heard of him. But a lot of institutions in the West kind of felt burned that they had mistakenly or been duped into buying works that they thought were authentic paintings from ancient China that were in fact painted by Chen Dai-chien. And there's many examples of him, you know, going to wealthy collectors' homes in England and especially United States, and you know, they'd be like, oh, you know, Zhang, we got to show you, we've got this beautiful scroll here we bought for like $1 million. You know, apparently this was once hanging in the emperor's home. We really, you have to see this. And he walks into the room and is like, oh yeah, I painted that. And I'm like, what? No, we bought this at auction for like $1 million. It's the real thing, I assure you. And he's like, oh no, I remember. Oh yeah. He flips over. I remember this, you know, that stain on the back. I tried so hard to get that up. And I'm like, what? And so, basically, that happened a lot. That he basically flooded the market with these forgeries of Chinese artwork, and that upset a lot of people. There's again, if I go back to this video, if I can find it. There's mention of a couple of people who sort of made it their okay, yeah, it's probably about this area. Yeah, so this Professor James Hill identified 63 forgeries by Zhang Dai-chien in museum collections around North America. And this big retrospective that was put together failed to really travel. I think it occurred in, yeah, it was in San Francisco, but they weren't able to find any other museums willing to take that retrospective. You know, like the kind of thing that would, you know, merit being on display at the Metropolitan, the Museum of Modern Art, the National Gallery of Canada, Vancouver Art Gallery, the Tate, or maybe not the Tate in England, but with the no, maybe the Tate Modern would have been. I mean, that didn't really exist back then, but you know, all of these great institutions turned it down because they were just like, screw that guy. This guy has like made half of our, you know, Asian art collections worthless because he forged. We have no idea what he did and didn't do. The ironic thing, though, is that because Chang Dai-chien has been, his reputation's really changed over the last couple of decades. I wonder, maybe has already started to happen, a reappraisal of those forgeries. I mean, just imagine, again, if he's considered to be the Picasso of China, if, let's say, a bunch of museums in Canada, the United States, find that in their collections they have paintings that purport to be by Van Gogh or Rembrandt or something, or Michelangelo, and it turns out they were faked, and so they've been taken off the walls and put in storage and never to be seen from again. But it turns out all of those forgeries were by Picasso. And then, so then that's kind of an odd situation to be in, because now they might actually be more valuable than what they, as authentic Chang Dai-chien paintings, than they would be even if they were authenticated as the original paintings by such and such artist. So that, I think, is really fascinating, is that probably it wouldn't surprise me in the next maybe 10, 15 years if we saw an exhibition of great Chinese art purportedly to be by famous Chinese artists of the past that turned out to have been made by Chang Dai-chien, and kind of like what we're doing here, you know, creating masterpiece after recreating masterpieces by all these great artists, right? And you know, they could go on display in lieu of the originals. So yeah, it's that's the kind of, and it's funny, I think even in this video, yeah, so here's a quote by him. So he became a master at making precise copies of ancient masterworks called Fujifilm, and when people confronted him about them and called them forgeries, he replied, "It's not a forgery, it's my painting. 100 years from now, maybe you will think my painting is better than the original." And very fascinating. And so he never tried to hide the fact that he made these paintings. He boasted about having made those paintings. So yeah, I think it's it's going to be fascinating to see how all of this plays out over the next little while. So, And, you know, it's funny because that same kind of thing there's a number of other artists like that who had kind of ambivalent attitudes towards what is real and fake. Another famous example would be the artist Salvador Dali. Towards the end of Dali's life, in one of the biographies I read about him, I don't know, maybe a decade ago, there's these stories of Dali being in these warehouses, just sitting down for day after day, autographing blank pieces of paper that would then be used to make prints of Dali's work, and that there's so many of these stacks of paper signed by Dali that that there are still people printing images, you know, like lithographs, silk screens, prints of Dali's work that have Dali's authentic signature on them, but Dali died in the 89. So 40, 50 years after he died, people are making prints of Dali's work and selling them, and that's his signature on there. And so it's like, well, is it authentic? I mean, Dali signed it. I mean, it was a blank piece of paper when he signed it, but it's a Dali image, but it was printed in 2025, 50 years after he died. I mean, that's fascinating. Another example would be Giorgio de Chirico, who was another surrealist artist who sort of at one point felt like he had been kind of ripped off by the art world, and a lot of his earlier work sold for a lot of money, and one of the things he started doing was making forgeries of his own artwork to make some money, but also to kind of undermine the existing market for his older paintings, none of which he owned anymore, but people were reselling them for vast amounts of money. So I think so. To me, when I was reading about this, watching people doing lectures and talks and stuff about Zhang Dai-chien, I was like, this guy is a really like a little trickster character, you know, like he's really kind of being just causing some problems that won't be resolved throughout his life. Okay, man, I've been talking for like an hour. Okay, anything else I want to mention? Let me just go through some of the tabs that I've got opened. There was recently some footage of Zhang Dai-chien that was uncovered, of which there's this short clip of this, I think, a 25-minute footage that was released, but just shows him kind of in the process of making this artwork. He's kind of walking around this cypress tree, this gnarled up cypress tree in California, and exploring it, and then the creation of this work. I haven't seen the actual full-length video, but just even that color footage, which is at really high quality, is pretty amazing. There's again, the auction prices for Zhang Dai-chien's work have gone through the roof over the past couple decades. So there's some of his work that hasn't been seen in a long time because it's been in private collections where people bought it directly from him for very little money. Now sells for tens of thousands of dollars or tens of millions of dollars. So a lot of it is people have had on their homes, and they just thought it was made by some little Chinese guy that was living down the street in Carmel, California in the 60s, and he traded it because he would often trade and sell his work or even give work away. So, just some guy, in fact, I'll tell you a little quick story about that in a moment, but, he would trade things. Well, in fact, I'll tell you the story that is recounted very quickly in... Okay, so this fellow artist, Paul Pei Yen Hao, talks about how he was friends with Zhang Dai-chien, and how they would often go to gardens and to like nurseries, like garden centers kind of thing, and look at plants. And this one store they went to, this guy had this little bonsai tree kind of behind the counter, and Zhang Dai-chien says, "Oh, I want to buy that from you." And the guy was like, no, sorry, it's not for sale. So he goes home and he does this beautiful calligraphy piece for the owner, you know, of the store's name or something like that, and presents it to him. And it's like, here's this artwork. May I have the bonsai plant? I think it would be a great honor for this guy. And the guy's like, nope, sorry, not for sale, but I'll happily take the scroll, the calligraphy. So Zhang Dai-chien goes back home and he makes now he makes like a painting of I think it was like a blossom, this blossoming bonsai tree. Brings it back the next day, and the guy's like, no, sorry, it's still not for sale, but thank you so much for this painting. And so eventually he just makes, you know, a larger finished painting that he's like, here's this, but now I basically own your bonsai plant because I've painted it, and so now I don't even really need the real thing anymore. But long story short is, he would do that. He would make paintings and trade them with people, and so there's some people who didn't really know who he was, and have these things on the walls of their home. Maybe some people watching right now are going to be like, wait a second, that little thing has been just hanging in the dining room for the past 40 years. And they look on the back. I think I'm going to give Sotheby's a call, because it could very well be worth a ton of money. You might have no idea that your family bought it directly from this great master. Here's an image just showing the scale of some of these works that he created. Some of them are just massive, monumental artworks, right? They're these huge images, and there's great footage of him making these paintings using like this splash or pouring ink technique. And so again, I'm not gonna play this video. Let's see if we can see. You can see these, and so this is a relatively small canvas, or not canvas, it's a piece of rice paper that's been mounted to like some kind of plywood like board. But you can see these big bowls of ink that he's pouring and dipping into. Really kind of neat to see. One thing I did while I was watching this is I sped the footage up to like 6 times the speed, and you can see the ink kind of spreading really, really quickly as like a time lapse over the surface. Pretty cool. I'm so glad that this kind of footage exists that was recorded of him at work there. Let me see, just before, I don't think I've done a very good job showing his art in this here, so I just want to I'm just going to zoom in to a few of his paintings just to give a little bit more context. I mean, you know, because when I say he was a great artist, people are like, sure, yeah, but I could take your word for it, but why exactly? This clunky site won't let me zoom around on these images. I mean, just the ability to do such diverse works here. I'm just going to open them up in some different pages, and I think some of these here will just sort of give you an idea of like I mean, just keep this in mind, the level of detail that we see in this particular artwork there right now. Right, same sort of thing. Like, I love this. Look how beautiful that is. Like, the precision to do all of that patterning like that, and then to do paintings like this. So this is using that pouring technique. How come I can't zoom down on it? Right, where we get these beautiful areas. Like, it's, you know, it's kind of like watercolor painting, right? And doing big washes. I was actually planning on doing an episode featuring Dai-chien. I think his birthday's in August, and I was planning on focusing on him then. And so maybe when I do that episode, we'll try doing one of these pouring techniques in there. Let me see. Just want to go back, see if there's. This talks just about his. Okay, let's look at. Maybe we'll end here with this painting of this gibbon. So he had lots of animals. He traveled with his animals. I think this animal he brought with him to Brazil. So he had this animal for maybe a decade or so. This gibbon kind of reminds me a little bit of Emily Carr, who herself also had a monkey. Who she named Woo, W-O-O, which is now the name of the student newspaper at Emily Carr University, where I teach in the daytime during the week. But I think, you know, keeping an image like this in mind when we're about to paint the painting of the snake here, which is going to appear very, very simple, and then we kind of look at this painting that he was also did here, that, you know, has some also empty blank areas, but also features exquisite detail. Won't let me zoom any more than this here, but just absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the gibbon itself is amazing, but look at the texture on this wood. That's incredible. Right, so the versatility of Zhang Dai-chien, I was thinking of Chi Bai Chi, who is an artist that Chi Bai Chi, whose work we've done, we featured here a couple of years ago, and considered really to be maybe the greatest Chinese artist before Zhang Dai-chien. So those names I tripped over, but yeah, this is the versatility of Zhang Dai-chien and his ability to go from, you know, very detailed traditional work to much more expressive, improvised, performative painting is, I think, what makes him particularly unique and special. And maybe, okay, I'm just gonna one last stop here before. Just before I jump into painting today's painting, I just want to quickly talk about it and give it a little bit of context before we move on here. So this is the painting that we're going to attempt to recreate, but this is what the original looks like. So I have done some Photoshop work to move it from this vertical rectangular shape into a more square format. So my apologies, no disrespect intended to this great master. As a heads up, I do this to almost every single painting we've ever done, so it has nothing to do with him being Chinese and me not understanding or disrespecting the culture or anything. I've done this to Van Gogh, and I've done this to pretty much them all, because very few paintings are actually fit so nice and neatly on this format. Again, so this is the original, and that's quite typical, particularly of more traditional Chinese art, is for them to be painted in these longer forms, either as screens or as scrolls that can be rolled up and stored and transported quite easily. There's anecdotes of Zhang Dai-chien traveling with crates full of legitimate ancient Chinese scrolls, paintings that he purchased through the success that he achieved throughout his career, and he would bring them wherever he went when he was on his travels. So that's the original, and there, you know, I love this painting beyond the fact that I've chosen to paint this painting in honor of Chinese New Year, and the zodiac sign. Zodiac sign of for 2025 is the snake. So I chose this painting for that reason, but also there is something quite beautiful about the format, you know, that we feel that's kind of tree branch coming from above and the snake hanging off of it right above the ground, because these this plant, these reeds are kind of just dangling, growing up from below. So there's kind of this downward movement, and then there's also this upward movement of the plant, and then the snake itself is sort of spiraling downwards. So there's quite a lot of, like, you know, this tension, the gravity kind of, you know, the majority of the painting is things that are kind of coming down from above. And so I think so. So anyway, I think that's beautiful. A little bit of that is kind of, it disappears in the way that I've photoshopped this together. So certainly, you know, we could have done this, but it would have meant that really almost half of the painting on the left and right side of the canvas would have just been left blank, and that would have meant the snake itself would have been very small. So by reformatting it in the way I've done is also helps to make it a little bit larger. It also makes it a little bit easier for painters who might be on that beginner or novice side of things. Okay. Wow, Heidi. So I'm just looking at the comments. Heidi says, I was born the same. Zhang Dai-chien was born the same year as my husband's grandma in 1899. She lived for 108.5 years until 2008. She and my father-in-law remember him as a long-term guest living in the family courtyard in Suzhou. Wow. That is so cool. I don't remember, you wrote some comments on the Facebook page earlier this morning. I don't remember if you wrote that exact thing, but that's incredible. I didn't realize that it had that direct connection with him. Wow. Yeah, again, those are those things that you know, maybe at the time he was well known. He certainly made money. There's, in fact, I just want to share. He had a collection of automobiles, particularly this Cadillac, that that sort of family. His studio's been preserved as a museum. Let's see if I can find images of that, because it's kind of funny to me. Well, in his former home and studio in Taiwan, towards the very end of his life, Zhang Dai-chien, I think in the mid-70s, moved to Taiwan, to Taipei, which is where he spent the remaining part of his life, which also kind of explains why, you know, Taiwan and China have this very complex relationship, to say the least. Why he hasn't been, you know, you might not have heard of him because, you know, let's just say the contemporary Chinese authorities would look at anyone who made the decision to move to Taiwan as opposed to China, being a Chinese artist, as a very strong political statement against China and the political leaders in China. And so he's one of these characters that is complex. Like, there's certainly lots of collectors in mainland China who have been buying a lot of Zhang Dai-chien's work because they love his work, and he is Chinese, was born in China. But the fact that he decided to spend the rest of his life in Taiwan makes him, you know, officially kind of not acceptable. But I wanted to find... there's, I guess it's going to be somewhere in between here. He has this bright green Cadillac that is also on display that he loved driving around. You know, he wasn't a big guy, so you can just imagine this little guy with this little white beard driving around California, this head barely poking out over the steering wheel, and it's this big honking Cadillac. And then also just maybe here's a museum that's currently being built, or at least planned, for his hometown of Zhang, and apparently it's going to feature not only obviously Zhang Dai-chien's work, but also have a, you know, contemporary rotating exhibitions of Western and Eastern artwork on display. I also did, just out of, since again this painting we're doing in celebration of Chinese New Year and the Year of the Snake, I did find I wanted to just double check, was he born in the Year of the Snake? No, he is an earth pig. So, he is not a snake. I am a snake, being born in 1977, so, but, okay. I think enough chatter by me and more painting. I'm a little nervous painting this painting, which again, it's one of those things people might be like, it's so easy, why? But, like I said off the top, just because there's not a lot of brushstrokes on the canvas doesn't mean that we want to just take this super lightly and paint it carelessly. So, sometimes I'll do an underpainting at this stage here. With this particular artwork, though, it's all about, there's a level of immediacy, spontaneity that we want to capture. So while you suppose could do an underpainting, I'm just going to fold this right into the painting itself. Let's put some paint onto the canvas now. So I think in terms of a background layer, you know, I'm going to kind of break this up into a few different chapters, and which layer do I want to call the background. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the background, let's say this, the black, basically all of the black, gray. I might do the blue as a separate layer, and then I think I'll call the snake as a foreground, and then I'm going to try the signature and the seals there in that'll be a foreground layer. So, okay, if we want to do our black, we're going to need to mix some black. Now, again, I have a tube of black paint that I could just use if I want to, but just so that everyone can once again learn how to mix their own black, let's do that right off the top. Oh, there's Stephanie in the chat. Hi, Stephanie. Thank you for honoring Dai-chien and introducing him to us. Awesome. Thank you. My pleasure. Again, I wasn't planning on doing today's episode until about 24 hours ago. I was planning on doing something a little bit different, but people have been asking me for years to do a painting in honor of Chinese New Year, and I'm always seem to be kind of preoccupied at this time of year for some reason. Probably because it happens near the beginning of January, and I try to, you know, over the holidays, I'm always trying to plan out the year, and so I often have January, February, March all like pretty set in stone, and then things like Chinese New Year's and other holidays kind of come to me late, and I'm like, oh goodness, now I'm kind of locked into a path, and it's hard to kind of switch directions, but this was one of those ones that I think it was, as I was looking into, because I just start my sort of method of research is I'll be like, okay, well, let's just say for all sake, we were to do a painting for Chinese New Year, what would we look at? So then I might do some research on, I think I literally Googled famous snake paintings by Chinese artists, and surprisingly wasn't a lot that I could find, at least on Google. I mean, probably if I spoke Chinese and was able to do a search in Chinese, I might have had better success and more things, but Zhang Dai-chien's name popped up almost immediately, and I'm like, oh my goodness, really? Well, this guy's like one of the all-time best, and I was planning on doing him later on in the year, but this is going to be kind of hard to pass up, and I like this painting, obviously, so that's the story of how today's painting came around. Now, okay, so I've mixed a black. Now the thing is, Chinese brushes tend to have very long, well, not longer bristles than most Western brushes. Obviously, there are some large, long Western brushes that have long hairs because they're often very popular with sign painters. But I don't have one of those. I probably have it. I do have a box. I was doing some organizing, but no, you know what? Let's see if I can paint this with the kind of brushes the majority of people at home have. I do remember I have a brush that's like, well, it's about that long, but the hair, the bristles are almost the same length as the handle. And then I don't think I have anything in between that. I might have a few that are a little bit longer. Oh, hi, Paula. Nice to see you in the chat. Awesome. Okay. So what I want to figure out is, so he's painting basically with an ink. This whole painting is ink. You can see right at the top, the ink on paper on a scroll. Now I have acrylic inks that I could use for this. I'm just noticing how that black is blending into the blue and behind. I was thinking about doing the blue afterwards. Should I do the blue now? I was thinking about doing the blue afterwards so that I could let it pool and dry in a way that I can't really do on canvas, though. So yeah, I'm gonna do the black. I'm gonna stay with the plan as I had it in my mind. Okay, I am contemplating using glazing fluid for this to get a little bit more transparency. I think I'm gonna do that. I might mean I'm gonna paint over the same area twice though. Okay. So I just used some satin or matte glazing fluid, and that's it's basically paint without any color. So it's just before they put the pigment in there. It also has a chemical that slows the drying time. And one of the benefits of doing that, especially for this type of activity, is it's going to allow me to, worst comes to worst, if I make a mistake and I'm really unhappy with it, I do have the option of being able to wipe it off, because that chemical slows the drying time just long enough for me to get a rag in there and wipe it away. Also, you know, when I saw this, I was meaning to show it, so I want to show this as well. I want to show you how he held his brush. There's another. So you can see that he kind of holds his brush like that. Here, let me just put these side by side so you can... Right. Which is very different. I tend to kind of like holding my brush like this, or if I was doing this, probably would try painting it like that. Do I want to try painting, literally holding the brush? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Oh man, that scares me. Okay, you know what? Instead of starting at the top, let's start in the bottom right corner where there is this semi-transparent color. Let's do that. Let's work our way up to the most difficult parts of this painting. I just have to have a little bit of tea here. This kind of thing, again, I'm trying to. I'm almost worried I'm getting too in my head about it. But there is, as I see it, a major part of Chinese and Japanese art, a performative quality. There's a kind of performative quality to calligraphy, in that it's people will practice these marks and these gestures for years, and even though to Western eyes you're like, it looks the same, I don't really know the difference, you know, people who've grown up in the culture and seen the difference between highly skilled calligraphy and sloppy calligraphy can know the difference. And especially because I have such great respect for this artist. It's like I just want to make sure I do him justice, and I'm not responsible for, unleashing what could be thousands of terrible reproductions of his work into the world. Okay, so I've taken my black that I hand mixed and then diluted it with this glazing fluid. In fact, I'm going to add a bit more, just make it a bit more transparent. Worst comes to worst, I can just do another layer on top of it. So that's, see how transparent that is? That's kind of what I'm going for. Okay. So, where should we start? Should I try? I'm gonna try holding the paintbrush like he did too. I think this one is going to come up to right here. I think it was supposed to go there, but that's okay. Let's keep moving forward, even if it's not the same. I think it wasn't supposed to go there, but my heart is pounding. Oh my goodness, this is like. But I don't want to dissuade anyone from trying to do this painting. I just. Go kind of goes up. Notice how I'm kind of practicing that brush stroke. In my intro drawing class here on YouTube, which is wildly popular, like almost 1 million people have done that course. I talk about drawing technique like golfing, practicing your golf swing, and then stepping in and actually hitting the ball. It's the same sort of thing here. I'm practicing my brush stroke, trying to see if, potentially I could turn the canvas. Okay, so that's now the tree branch. But as I look at this, I almost like he's actually painted the snake with this too. Okay, so where's the head of the snake? Must be over here. It's kind of disappeared under my... Okay, one thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to take my brush and I'm going to wipe off a lot of the paint. I want to do essentially what's like the dry brush technique. And to do that, you want to have kind of a dry brush, quite literally, right? So, where's the head of the snake? Is right about there. There's 1, 2, 1, 2, there. Okay, okay. Not bad, not bad. Let's keep going forward. Zooming in. Okay. So let's zoom out now just so we can see. What happened there? Okay, feeling better. Okay, and so that's a good reason to kind of practice in areas that aren't the most important, right? As opposed to maybe starting with the snake, right? The central subject of today's painting. You know, building up with areas that might get covered up with subsequent layers. Okay, I think that's good. I might do the blue next. In fact, let's go to a... Stephanie says, I think we should try new things even if we're not comfortable. This is not so easy. Totally. Yes, it's hard to break out of the comfort zone, right? That's why it's so comfortable, right? When you're... Okay. So, I've started the painting. I'm working very slowly. I'm right now really trying to practice this way of holding the paintbrush and kind of, which is a much looser way of holding the brush. You know, I'm not kind of right up there. I've been holding it, or it's just sort of dangling in my hands, like say by Zhang Dai-chien. I keep thinking of Qi by Qi, the other great Chinese master here, whose work we featured before. Okay, so what I want to do now is I'm going to try doing the blue little splashes in the background. Let's go back to the image. How do I want to do that in a way that will dry quickly? So first of all, I think that color is, I think it's well, it's between a warm and cool blue. So let's get, I'm going to use a bit of both colors. So I'm going to take my warm blue and cool blue. Let's just mix these two together. There's a bit of black in there too, just to kind of, there we go. Yes, that's the color for sure. Okay, I'll just show you. Hopefully that matches up on screen. So that was my warm blue and cool blue together. And the reason why I knew it was like not like it's not bright cool blue or bright warm blue is that I'm not seeing like a purplish quality to that blue that, especially when it's diluted, would be very easy to see, and that would mean it's a warm blue. But I'm also not seeing a kind of a greenish, yellowish kind of quality to that paint that would mean it's cool. So that means it's kind of in between. So it's a combination of both of those colors. And then it's muted, meaning it's not on the outer rim of the color wheel, it's approaching the center of the color wheel, so that means we can add a little bit of black to it. Okay. So, let's take glazing fluid. Let's take a bunch of it. And so you saw how much I put down there. And now I'm just going to take the paint that's on my brush. So this is going to start with a very, very, well, not super, but quite transparent color. It may not look that right now because it's, I guess there was more paint on my brush than I thought. That might even look, well, I was going to suggest maybe do I want to put a bit more black into it. I don't know. I don't mind if it's a little bit more saturated than the original. An argument could be made that maybe it needs a bit of white, actually. So I'm just going to take a little dip of my white. Actually, that's pretty good for this initial layer. Now I've never done this, but what if I put a bit of water into my glazing fluid? Let's do this so it's on camera. Now I have lots of different mediums, but I'm trying to think of like, how can I do this with the fewest without people having to go and buy a bunch of other materials. And so one reason you see I'm mixing and mixing and mixing, partly it's because I'm procrastinating because I'm a little bit scared, but also I really want to make sure that there's a little, you know, sometimes when you mix the paint, there's the original constituent colors kind of sneak up into the bristles, which is why sometimes even if after I've mixed the color, I might want to just literally clean my brush, even maybe clean it in the water, so that really the only thing I'm going to be painting with is the color as it's mixed in the palette here. Okay. So let's just do this. So it's going on kind of thick right now, but I can even see as the water's starting to evaporate a little bit, it's becoming more and more transparent. Obviously, it's not going to soak into the paper in the same way that ink will into watercolor or rice paper. That should be obvious, but I don't want to assume that honestly everybody will understand that. Okay, I'm gonna zoom into this area next. One reason why I was kind of a little reluctant to do this is because this is going to take some time to dry. You know, how do I paint into it? But you know, I guess again, this is all a learning experience, so. I think, you know, I'm going to even add a bit more of my darker, more solid color to this and just go back in. Ooh, I kind of like how that's mixing. Oops. Oh, I see, and there's another little one in here. Oh, maybe there's another little guy hiding in there. They're all hiding around. All those colors in there. So all of that's wet, but it is starting to dry. Now, if I blast my hair dryer on here, actually, it doesn't seem to be moving. And that's because there's the glazing fluid in there as opposed to just water. The glazing fluid is still kind of has a glue quality to it, or basically is a glue. So while the water, if I just blowed on it, would just scatter like crazy, this is actually keeping the paint relatively intact, which may or may not be what you want. You may want it to be much more fluid-like. Just since this is all about experimentation, I'm gonna use my hair dryer and just do a quick little blow around here, and we'll just see very quickly if anything moves. Oh, Stephanie suggests alcohol instead of water. Would that work with acrylic paint? Ooh, that's a good question. I've never mixed alcohol into acrylic. Gosh, I wonder, would that dissolve some of the background? That's wild. That's a great question, Stephanie. Never even occurred to me about mixing. I never even heard of anybody doing that. The craziest thing I've ever mixed into acrylic was when we did our Mark Rothko painting, and I put egg whites, and I did another one with egg yolks into acrylic paint, and that painting survived. I was kind of thinking, is this thing going to start rotting? But considering so many murals throughout history, frescoes were done with egg, it is actually a very, very strong bond. Anyway, I'm going to blow dry this. I'm going to mute. Okay, it's still not totally dry. Like if I touched it, it would still be wet inside. I was kind of careful not to kind of blow dry it. I kind of tried blowing mostly straight down, which is still would lend the possibility it would just splatter outwards, which, you know, wouldn't have been a nightmare, but it is definitely darker than I was anticipating. If we look at the original, it's a little bit more subtle, or a lot more subtle than I've done here. And really, again, I probably could have put in more black in there to get it more of a gray. You can see that. But those things are so hard to anticipate. Yeah, it's okay. Let's not get caught up on good or bad, Michael. Let's embrace the moment here. If you watch those videos of Zhang Dai-chien painting, he's just like, he looks like a little kid. He reminds me of my daughter, just painting away very fearlessly, and I do not mean that in any negative way whatsoever. I mean, I love my daughter like nothing else on the world. But just sort of watching him paint is very pleasant. You know, that video, there's one video that's in the description. It's like 45 minutes long. I mentioned it briefly before. It's funny that there's like all of these people kind of surrounding him, trying to help him, like offering him whatever he needs at that exact moment. He doesn't seem at all fazed by that, but I could imagine that also being kind of a little bit unnerving, just having all those. I've done performative work in the past, but not with people like right there. Okay. Let's go to the next one here. So we've done the lighter grayish colors. We kind of quickly got the snake in place, and then we did the blue touches in the background. Now I want to put in the tree branch and then the bamboo growing from the bottom in. And I have mixed my own black. I am contemplating using actual black. No, let's mix. I'm just going to use the black as I've mixed it. Let's not overthink things. Okay. I'm just going to start out with this black. Oops. See, that's all one big brush stroke. I can't do that all once. Like that. Taking a bit of extra paint off my brush. Goodness. Okay. That's the tree branch. Let's get a smaller brush now. Really would benefit from a sharper, longer haired brush, but I guess I just don't. Yeah, no, let's just move forward. There's Temp XCX statute Thank you for chiming in the chat there. Okay, we're going to go down to the bamboo in the bottom right corner. In fact, what is the best way to do these kinds of brushstrokes? I think ideally these would all just be solid brush strokes, but like one not going back over to fix them or anything. Like, so practitioners of Chinese art and calligraphy, I'm sure, are just gasping at the amateurness of these marks that I'm making. And that's fair, I get it. Yeah, that's There's a big gulf between Zhang and myself here. This I have to just go up and try to clean this up a little bit. Okay, that felt good. I liked how that one turned out. 1 out of every 21 of these bamboo leaves I'll get right. I'll figure this out by the time we finish the painting. So this is a little bit tricky because I'm kind of having to, unless I want to turn the painting around. With these ones, I was starting with the tip and then going into the center and then widening the center. Here, the tip of the bamboo is at the end of my brushstroke because I can't really go the opposite way unless I rotate the canvas. I'm trying to paint this without rotating the canvas too much, or if at all. So not as dark as the original, partly because I did mix a bit of glazing fluid into these colors, or into that black, so it's going to be diluted and be a bit more transparent. I think that's okay. I mean, it's not masterful, but it's okay. That's one of the things about doing something like this, is you immediately recognize, like, wow, not easy to do when you've only got, like, let's say maybe there's, let's say, 50 brushstrokes on this entire painting, on his painting. Man, every brushstroke is really important. Okay. You know, if anything, in a way, like, working on a painting like this, if you're a novice, might be easier than when you have a lot more experience, like I have, because you might not be worried about how good these brushstrokes are, because they all seem as equally difficult or easy. Whereas the more experience, the more you can tend to kind of overthink things, as I've been doing, as I'm guilty of doing quite often, actually. I'm gonna blow dry this here. maybe before I do that, I just want to get my pens out. Okay, we've got a lot of the painting complete now. Really, the last few things I want to do is the signature or the title and the artist's stamp and the snake. Maybe there's some touch-ups to go there later on, but I think I'm going to go directly to the signature now, so that if I do that, I don't have to worry about stamping or smudging, hopefully, anything else elsewhere in the painting. And for this, I'm going to use Posca pens, because I've got all this tiny little detail here. Now, I could paint it, but the easiest thing would be to use one of these pens that it's an acrylic paint pen. Cool. Okay. So, an acrylic paint pen like this Posca pen, I can use to do very small details. Now you might be tempted to go and get a Sharpie to do this, but a Sharpie is very different than a paint pen. Technically, this is acrylic paint in here, and so I'm like painting with a pen. A Sharpie is not archival. It will turn purple or green as it is exposed to light, especially if you leave it near a window within like a week. That black is going to go purple. It might even kind of leach out in there. The acidity in there could do weird things to the surface over the long term. So I suppose you could, if you're just learning or if you're in a classroom environment, but I'm going to use one of these Posca pens for this activity. So I'm going to zoom in. So you can see this Posca pen. I think this is I think there might be one smaller. So this is 0.7 millimeters. So less than a millimeter wide, that tip. Trying to do this. Okay, where should I start? You know what? I'll widen some of those. Let's just get it down first. else I look what's close, because a lot of this is now covered. I can't really see any of it. So now I'm just gonna go back and kind of widen things as if they were painted with a brush. Okay. There's my black. Got the same thing. I've got a red Posca pen. All right, the lid here. Just gonna test it out. My goodness, the level of detail in here. I can't, I don't know how to do that. That stamp. That's as much detail as I can get in there. Okay, let's back out. Okay, moving right along. Pretty good. So, we got really one last step here. The last major step, beyond if we want to do any finishing touches, is the snake itself. So, I wonder. Yeah, I think let's just jump right to the snake and take a look. Now that's, I think, just for all intents and purposes, a warm red. I could say maybe there's a little bit of orange in there, like a little bit of warm yellow, but I think warm red is pretty much all we need. Maybe I'm just gonna put it on the, take it from here, put it on the palette. Yeah, I was almost for a second, should I put a little bit of blue or black in here? I think going full red, bright red should be okay. Oops, sorry. Maybe I'll put a bit of glazing fluid, considering this paint's just been sitting on the table here for a few hours. I used it to make my background color before I chatted about the artist's biography, so it's had some time to dry out a little bit. So adding glazing fluid can make it a little bit more transparent, but it's also not as much as it would have when I first began. I think this is one of those ones where you just do it. I just have to hope that I've learned everything I need to learn, or can learn, in this painting so far, having painted the other areas. So what do we got? We would kind of start, kind of want as flat of a brush as possible. Basically, it's like I want to squeeze my brush it doesn't really want to behave. Okay. Tail got much wider. Okay, just let's not fight it. Let's embrace it. It's different. That's okay. Different isn't bad. It's just different. Not the same, but that's okay. Major differences, but you know, I feel really compelled to go back over that. But I think if I do, I'll kind of ruin the dry brush quality that's there. So I'm going to choose to leave it. We'll see how long. Oh, there's Pascaline. I didn't even know you were here this whole time. Nice to see you. Nice to see you, but too bad you're going. I'll see you. I was asleep, or at least I was. Okay. So now I'm just taking my black. Again, that black is you know, a little bit it's starting to thicken up as it dries. So I put a little bit of glazing fluid in here just to liquefy it a little bit. I want this really sharp tip. even use a Posca pen to draw some of those lines in there too. Okay, so let's do that. I'm gonna blow dry this. So I just I blow dried the painting just so that the Posca pens would be paint or drawing or painting, however you want to think about what a Posca pen does. I want to be doing that on a dried surface, not a wet surface, because that will ruin these pens. Gone a bit too far. Now, do I want to put a little bit of black glaze back on top of this? I think I am. Let's just take a bit of glazing fluid and black, very, very light coating. And this might smudge the Posca pen. We'll see if it does or doesn't. So it is smearing things a bit, which I don't mind. Actually, it's kind of nice how it takes a bit of the shine off the Posca pen. Huh. So I'll just show kind of what I'm doing here. I'm taking my glazing fluid, getting my brush a little bit wet, and then I'm going back over my Posca pen lines here. And they're coming alive. I'm just using a rag. I kind of like that effect. It's just a matter of effect. I want to, let's do that again. Switching to find a part that's not dirty. Huh. Kind of dig how that turned out. What if I just take my finger, wipe it in that glazing fluid? Okay. I like how that it's kind of integrated the Posca pen into the rest. Because sometimes the one thing I don't particularly like about Posca pens is they have a different sheen to them. That it's not. It's almost like a hyper matte like quality. And when you look at it from up front, maybe on camera, it's like looks great. But in person, as soon as you sort of look at it from the side, you can really see where you've used it. And that's something I'm not a fan of. It doesn't fully integrate as well into the rest of the colors and paint. Sort of just sits on top. But going back in and wiping it, I still see some of those lines, but now they feel like they're kind of, because now they're not so consistent. They look like less like they were done with a pen. Very happy with that. I kind of wish a little bit more of that dry brush in the red had been preserved. But it does actually look closer to the original. Now I'm just wondering, do I want to play it all with a little bit of a purple or something in here? Let's go back to... clean that brush. should have... So I'm just playing around here, taking maybe some black, mixing it into this color. Now I'm just goofing around, just having a little bit of fun. Just want to see if I can kind of get a bit of that watercolor quality. That blue is way, way more opaque than I would have liked. Jessica says, was the original painted with ink? Yes, yes it was, absolutely. You may be able to see, it might be cut off on your screen, but the very top of the, oh, I guess on this image there, you can see the title and some of the information on there. Okay. Do I want to... You know what? It's not perfect, but that's okay. That's part of the process. I was thinking about cleaning up the bamboo, but I think I should walk away. So, we have made it to the end of the episode here. Now let's do a quick side-by-side comparison and evaluate how this one turned out and maybe what I would do differently if I was to do this painting all over from scratch. Just quickly before we do so, just encourage you to like, subscribe to the notification bell. 60 to 70% of the people that watch these videos and maybe listen to me right now are not subscribers. It doesn't cost you a penny, and it makes a transformational difference in my life. It helps me reach more people, so please consider hitting like, subscribe, and the notification bell, etc. If you want to support the channel with a couple of dollars and you found this useful, inspiring, or hilarious, or maybe it's helping you sleep, consider leaving $1, $5 a cup of coffee price. If you scan that QR code, it'll take you to my PayPal page where you can safely, securely donate to support the channel. If you want to support the channel in other ways, you can send an e-transfer using my email, or send a Snapchat if you're watching us live, or an old-fashioned check in the mail. contact me through my email. It's on my website and the Facebook group. Speaking of the Facebook group, next week we're doing our next free feedback bonus episode. So submit anything you want to be critiqued and celebrated to the Facebook group. If you haven't joined it, here's the QR code, or enter that web address, the bit.ly above there. That's what the Facebook group looks like. So let's look at the original. And let's bring my version up side by side. And there we are. Obviously, there's some major differences. You know, the blue, again, way more opaque than I kind of wanted it to be. And I made it even more opaque with those last few brushstrokes I did just moments ago. But that's okay. That's okay. Always remembering it's all about it's not about making perfect reproductions, about just trying to get a little bit of the spirit of the artist and allowing some differences, imperfections, improvisation is all about what Zhang Dai-chien was trying to do throughout his, well, at least the latter half of his career. But that's also a big part of just Chinese art in general. There's a lot of chance and experimentation going with the way that the paint starts to dry and move about on the page. It's kind of like a living organism, and the artist is more like a shepherd as opposed to the way that we think about it in Western society, directing everything and in full control all the time. Okay, so how about let's zoom in. We'll take a look at different areas here and just see. Maybe let's start with the bamboo in the bottom corner. Talk about that. There's the bamboo. I mean, one thing is you could see it's not nearly as black as the original. Like the original, that black ink is super opaque. Mine is a little bit, first of all, it's the black that I mix myself as opposed to just pure black, meaning it's going to be always a little bit more on the slightly grayish side because of the titanium white inside. And then I also added a little bit of glazing fluid to make it a little bit more fluid-like. And so it's become more transparent, so it's kind of gray and transparent. At the end, just moments ago, I was about to go in with some black and do a second coat, and I was like, you know what? I feel like that kind of betrays the spirit of the original, because each one of those bamboo leaves he did in one single brushstroke. And most of these are not one single brushstroke. Most of these are maybe 2, 3, 5 as it is. And then once I do another layer of that, and then maybe another layer, then I've got like 15 brushstrokes on each leaf, which is just totally not, it's sort of like I just didn't get the assignment at all, right? So let's try to err on less is more. You know, again, I just look at it and not super pleased. Everything looks very different. I think this is one of those things where I just have to let it be. And then, you know, as the days go on and the original fades from my memory, it becomes less of an issue. I guess maybe while we're down here, I should also let's just take a look at these gray shapes in the background. I don't know if that's what Zhang was trying. Maybe that's the trunk of the tree in the distant background that we're seeing. I don't know. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. I mean, I suppose it helps bridge the gap between the branch that seems to be hanging from above, below. I think potentially I could have done without it, I suppose, but let's just go up here. Let's talk about the blue next. Yeah. I totally whiffed on that, I suppose you could say, because my blue is much brighter. Even though it's been diluted, I mixed both blues and black and a bit of white in there, and even then it appears like super saturated, and yet it's not at all, right? It's significantly been muted, but yeah, that's the tricky thing about this method is you don't really know what you got until the paint has left the brush on the surface. And you know, if I was really wanting to work in this same kind of style, then I would want to practice this for about the next 10 years of my life before I would be able to get exactly what he's done. I've added a little bit more paint there. I was hoping it would kind of bleach out a little bit. It's mostly just staying there. I probably should have added more water, but let's look at the signatures next. Signature and then stamp. I wonder how close to the original it is. I even am thinking, do I have the Google Translate app on my phone? Maybe I'll try to find that afterwards, but let's just look at that as it is. I think it's okay. The stamps themselves, his seals are obviously, that was using my finest Posca pen, the 0.7mm pen, and even then I couldn't do those details, just too much in there. I'm curious how well that reads, if it's legible. And then just lastly, the snake itself, in celebration of the year of the snake and Chinese New Year's. Is that in focus or just me? That looks pretty good. On camera, definitely looks more orange, but that is a bright fire engine red. Definitely the same color as what I see on the screen. It just looks different after I paint it, but that's something I gotta figure out with my technology to match those colors. You can definitely see this background color that I've used. You can see how different it is from the original. It looks darker, and has more color than. And I probably could have, if I used more white in there. That would more white, less red. I think I would have got the color closer. Okay. Let's back out a bit more, just so we can see the snake as it wraps around the tree there. So you can see a few different changes. I think it's fairly effective here, and then when I got up to there, it kept getting thicker, and then it just gets very small right at the very end. Whereas I do like what he had, that little tail just gets very, very small. His just feels more delicate. It feels like the touch of the master. Mine feels much clumsier. He was a master forger. I am not. This would be very quickly spotted as a terrible quality forgery of Zhang Dai-chien. Yeah, that's that. I think I want to, just before I wrap up, I'm just out of curiosity. I guess I have to re-download this, so it's going to take me a second. I get the Google Translate app. I've downloaded it in the past, so I'm just going to download it again to my phone, because I'm curious if I hold it over these spaces, what it will tell me. It's been a while since I've used Okay, how can I show this? I'm going to show my computer screen first. Isn't that wild? Look how it's translated. So I don't know what part it translated though. I would imagine the whole. Okay, well let's just see if I do this to my own painting. So it was able to guess that that was a Zhang Dai-chien painting. How do I do this again? Let's. It comes up as something different. That's wild. So it just says hot air and wind sweat. It didn't. Come on. It's not that different. Is it possible? No text found. Okay, come on. Let's try this again. Oh, hold on. It's been a while since I've used this app. Come on. No text found. The wind and sweat of Chang. Nope. Does it not recognize any of what I did there? Ah! Again, let's just see. Yeah, so apparently my calligraphy skills are not very good, because despite how close these two may appear on camera, they are not recognized by that AI. Okay, well, I tried. I was curious to see if that would work, and it did not. So you tell me if you can read whichever Chinese dialect this may be. If you can read what I've written, if it makes any sense whatsoever. But there we go. There's the two paintings side by side. Thank you everyone for painting along with me, keeping me company, for some of the humor in the chat, and most of all, happy Lunar New Year's Eve. In China, it's already been New Year's for probably 6 or 7 hours already. So Happy New Year to everyone. We'll see you guys again in the next episode next week, the bonus episode. Until then, you guys have a wonderful morning, evening. Don't party too hard. And we'll see you again soon. Take care, everybody. Good night.